lives in saltwater and freshwater, gobbles 200 pounds of seagrass a day, and calls elephants cousin. Stick around and you'll find out. Think about an endangered species. What's the first animal that comes to mind? If you're like most people, you probably thought of a rhino or a tiger or an elephant. But you don't have to go thousands of miles to find an endangered species.
Some of them are right here in the United States. They live in forests and lakes, deserts and streams. But I bet you didn't know one of the most endangered lives right here in the waters of Florida.
That's right, we're talking about manatees.
When you look at them, it's hard to believe that sailors once thought they were the mermaids of mythology.
But manatees aren't a myth, they're real and they're in trouble.
But how did these gentle giants end up in so much danger? And what's being done to save them?
Stick around while we find out.
A few facts about manatees. They're the only plant-eating marine mammals, and they have huge appetites. Most of the time, they tend to stay mainly in and around Florida, eating 32 to 108 pounds of aquatic plant life every day. They look pretty chubby, and there is a thick layer of fat under their skin, but it's not enough to insulate them against the cold. That's why they tend to hang out in the warmer waters of the South, but not always.
Some manatees have migrated as far away as Rhode Island. But I was curious, what do they do in the wintertime, and how big do they get?
I spent some time with a few manatee experts to learn more about these unusual creatures. You'll be amazed at what I found out.
The first expert I talked to was Dr. Dan Odell, a research biologist at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, who took me to see the manatees in the rehabilitation area. He told me that manatees are from the order Sirenia, which includes the dugong from Australia.
There are three species of manatees. The West African manatee, which is of course in West Africa, the Amazonian manatee, which is in the Amazon River Basin, and the West Indian manatee, which includes the Florida manatee. The West Indian manatee ranges from roughly Florida in the north down to Brazil in the south throughout the Caribbean.
What other animals are manatees related to?
Manatees are related to elephants, hyraxes, and aardvarks. And if you just take the elephant and you look at an elephant that has very thick, tough skin, not much hair on it, some toenails, then you look at our friends the manatee here. It's very similar skin appearance, sparse hairs scattered over the body, and you see these very tiny fingernails.
I could see the resemblance, but unlike elephants, manatees have whiskery faces and little tiny eyes. Manatees can also stay underwater for as long as 20 minutes, diving down to feed no deeper than around 10 feet. Can you imagine an elephant doing that?
I noticed that they don't really swim that fast. About how fast can they swim?
Manatees in general are very slow swimmers, going 1 or 2 miles an hour. In a burst of speed, if they really have to, they may be able to get to 10 or 12 miles an hour, but not for very long.
Even though they're massive, there's something graceful about manatees. Waving their fan-shaped tails, they glide through the water like big gray blimps. They can grow to be over 12 feet long, and at their heaviest, weigh in the neighborhood of 3,500 pounds.
Big manatees are probably as long as a mini pickup truck and probably weigh as much, or if not more in some cases, as a small pickup truck.
For an animal that eats a lot of lettuce, which is known to be a very healthy food, how did they get so fat?
Manatees have large, long intestines, lots of microorganisms, bacteria, that break down the plant material, release the nutrients. The manatees absorb it all and really turn it all into fat.
Because manatees only eat plants, they have different adaptations from other marine mammals like whales or sea lions. Adaptations like their teeth, for instance.
As they chew, even though it doesn't look like it here, the forces generated during chewing make the teeth move forward. And the manatees and one species of kangaroo do that. They move to the front, they're resorbed, and they fall out. They're known as marching molars by some people. And it goes on, as far as we know, as long as manatees live.
It's no wonder manatees go through so many teeth. Look how much they eat. I figured that couldn't be good for the environment, but I was wrong.
Manatees have a very important role in the coastal marine and freshwater environments by recycling nutrients. A big manatee may eat 100 or 200 pounds of vegetation every day, as long as it lives, which could be up to 50 years in some cases, and that makes a lot of fertilizer back into the water. So manatee really helps keep the ecosystem intact in a very dynamic state.
Makes sense to me, but if manatees are important to the environment, why are they endangered?
Manatees are endangered because of people. Historically, if we go back a few hundred years, people have eaten manatees. These days in Florida, it's not so much hunting, which is rare but still happens on occasion. It's other human activities. Their habitat has been severely impacted by human activities in Florida, and other things like boating. A large number of manatees are killed each year by power boats. They get entangled in fishing gear, they get caught in flood control dams. So it's other human things that are keeping manatees on the endangered list.
So, I wondered, how many manatees are left in Florida?
These days, the state of Florida tries to do a complete survey of state waters every winter when the weather's really cold and the manatees tend to congregate at warm water areas. They've counted over 3,000 manatees in some years.
Dr. Odell says that nobody really knows how many manatees are left, but if things don't change, they'll be on the endangered list for some time to come. And that would be a shame for an animal that's been around for millions of years.
Surprised? You shouldn't be. Manatees have been around a long time. Fossilized bones have been found that date back to 45 million years. They're very adaptable, but nowadays changes happen so fast in their habitat that they don't have time to adjust. Luckily, though, they have scientists, wildlife officials, and facilities like SeaWorld on their side. For over 20 years, a variety of government and private organizations have been working hard to rescue, rehabilitate, and release hundreds of orphaned and injured manatees. It's always been rewarding, but it hasn't always been easy. So, how do they do it? I mean, what does it take to rescue a gentle giant? It takes a lot of teamwork and a lot of heart. Check it out. When it comes to manatee rescues, Barbara Ramirez has seen it all. She loves her work, and it shows.
It's very exciting. You have a manatee that's hurt out in the wild, and you're trying to help it out.
It's not something you can do alone. It takes a lot of agencies to get the job done.
The very first agency is going to be the Florida Marine Patrol. That is the first people they are going to call. The Florida Marine Patrol is going to call the FWC, the Florida Wildlife Commission. They are going to be the ones that go out there. They're going to assess this manatee's problems.
Animal Care, this is Elena.
They are the ones who call us and let us know, yes, this manatee needs to be rescued.
There's no time to lose. The entire team scrambles, and the beach van speeds to the rescue. Once on site, the team quickly assesses the situation and works out the rescue strategy.
We also have to be careful of moms and babies in there. If it's a mom with a baby, we always take both of them. We don't ever want to separate a mom from a baby.
As soon as the plan is set, they move in, circle the manatee, and pull it in.
Once we have the manatee there, what we need to do is transfer the manatee onto a stretcher. Some manatees we have rescued weigh close to 2,000 pounds, and that's a lot of weight.
Let's go a little bit more.
We go ahead and load the manatee up into the beach emergency van. That's when the veterinarian takes over.
A lot of the time, the doctor who goes along is Dr. Michael Walsh, Director of Veterinary Services at SeaWorld Orlando.
The goal is to get that animal as quickly as possible into the truck, get them transported. We may do initial blood work on site. We may try to do an initial evaluation, but we're going to rely on what we can do back here to really complement what we do in the field.
The vets look for visible wounds or signs of blunt trauma from boats. There may be a crab trap lying around their flipper, sometimes they get entangled in discarded fishing line. Whatever the problem is, manatee experts like Pedro Ramos are quite often part of the solution.
On the ride, we monitor the manatee, we monitor the respirations, we keep him wet so that his skin doesn't dry out. If he has some injuries that can be cleaned out, the veterinarian and the staff will start cleaning out the wounds. If not, it's simply a matter of monitoring the manatee.
Once the manatees arrive at the rehabilitation facility, the next step is to move them into the pool. But wait a second, if manatees are so heavy, how's that possible?
Well, usually what we'll do is put them into that pool.
1, 2, 3.
And depending on the size of the manatee, we actually have a crane. If it's a smaller manatee or if it's the baby manatees, we basically just hand carry them in the stretcher. We just put the stretcher in there and they swim right out of the stretcher.
Once the manatees are settled into their new home, the veterinarians run all kinds of tests to make sure they find any hidden problems. It's all in a day's work for these brave, dedicated animal paramedics. The whole SeaWorld rescue team is determined to save as many lives as possible, and they're succeeding.
As you can see, these dedicated animal experts have got rescuing manatees down to a science. After some life-saving care, they'll be on the road to recovery. The goal is to return rehabilitated manatees to the wild. The study of these animals may also help bring the endangered manatee back from the brink of extinction. So, how do you nurse an injured manatee back to health?
After a thorough examination, the next step in treating injured manatees is to take x-rays and perform minor surgery like suturing wounds and repairing fractures. To reduce trauma during treatment, the manatees are placed in special pools with hydraulic floors that lift the animals out of the water. The veterinarians face all kinds of manatee injuries, from damaged tails to deep cuts from propeller blades. But one of the worst and most difficult to treat is blunt trauma from boat collisions.
We've had manatees that have come in with a collapsed lung. And what happens is the front of the boat will hit the manatee on the side. It'll fracture a rib, and the rib will actually puncture the lung. It basically deflates the lung. And so they turn on their side.
To help them compensate or to help control that, what we've developed is a special type of wetsuit that we wrap all the way around the manatee, and we put in pieces of foam on whatever side is down underwater. And what that does is it brings that side of the manatee back up, and it helps them float right.
We actually see one side higher than the other, and when it's like that, they can't eat. And the way to get them to eat is to stabilize them and right them back up in their normal position, and these jackets can help do that. So it's a constant learning process all the time. We're always modifying, always changing. So you've got to be open to innovation, changes, what's new in the field, to make the problems approachable.
Dr. Walsh and the other vets who work with manatees have faced a lot of unique challenges over the years.
The first challenges we faced are we had to learn how to sedate them without hurting them. We then had animals that needed surgery, so we had to work out general anesthesia, which was totally different for us. We had to figure out medications, and then we had to figure out the use of diagnostic techniques like ultrasound.
They also use a technique called thermography to diagnose internal problems. Thermography uses a heat-sensitive camera to scan the manatee's body in search of hot spots that indicate possible infection or trauma.
What we're seeing here is a person's hand, which is much hotter because it hasn't been in water, pointing down to an infection in the flipper of the manatee.
Even with all their advanced medical technology, manatee vets often have to use their professional intuition and experience from working with other species.
Once a manatee starts doing better, we'll let them out of the medical pool and put them into the isolation pool.
The isolation pool is set up so the rehab crew can monitor the manatee's progress and help them make the transition to eating on their own.
Manatees feed on the surface and they feed on the bottom.
Uh-huh.
So just dropping the lettuce in the water, it's going to float, so that takes care of that. But we need to somehow get it on the bottom. And Barb has some lettuce tubes over here that we've made. You can see it's just like a PVC tube, and all we've done is cut out an opening in it, and we put this weight on it. So what we're going to do is slide the lettuce heads into the tray, and we'll just put it in the water, and then that'll sink it.
One manatee can go through 100 pounds of lettuce a day. At that rate, they'll be ready for release in no time.
Saving a full-grown manatee has its challenges, but just imagine taking on the responsibility of saving a 45-pound orphan baby.
Light, easy to move, no problem. Except, what do you feed it? You can't exactly go to the grocery store and pick up a case of manatee calf formula, so you create your own. And that's exactly what SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Mike Walsh did for Pistachio, another baby manatee.
Pistachio was an orphan manatee. He was found in the Daytona Beach area. State biologists were observing him for a couple of days.
They were pretty sure the baby had been abandoned. No large adults were in the area, and no females were coming by. It's possible the mother fell victim to natural causes. Nobody really knows. The important thing was to take care of this helpless little manatee.
Pistachio came in as a tiny baby in the 40-pound type range. Now that's pretty small. Babies like this are born between usually 50 and 100 pounds, so he was even underweight for when he came in.
Getting manatees to their optimum roly-poly weight isn't as easy as it sounds. Most manatees come in dehydrated, so that's the first problem to solve.
And once he came in, we x-rayed him, we got weights on him, and we started tube feeding him.
We give them what's called a gruel substance, and that is like a spinach. It's ground up spinach and romaine lettuce and water. You go ahead and pump that into the manatee. I can guarantee you, again, about 99% of the manatees that come in here are going to have that done.
In between tube feedings, they train Pistachio to accept the bottle. Raising any baby is a 24/7 job, with feedings every 2 hours. And Pedro has plenty of experience with that. He's been a manatee foster parent more than once.
Oh my goodness. Come on down. There you go. Let's get you into position. Flippers down. We've been working on him pretty much round the clock, and he's understanding how to take the bottle. He's just learning now where to come over to get his bottles. That's why we slap the side of the pool. That lets him know that it's feeding time, and he'll come right over. It's kind of like ringing the dinner bell for him.
We like to get them up to 700 pounds. And the reason for that is when they go out into the wild, they have to be able to endure the cold weather during the winter. And that winter weather is a challenge to them if they're not nice and plump.
In Pistachio's case, the standard bottle mixture didn't work, so a new formula was created. The big question was, would it be enough to save him?
Well, Pistachio's formula was designed based on a couple of things. We know the babies can come down with intestinal problems. And prior to Pistachio, about half of the babies were lost with a type of disease process called pneumatosis intestinalis. What that is that you get air in the wall of your intestinal tract and it becomes dysfunctional. It just won't work. It can't pass food, it can't absorb food. And we knew that we didn't want to lose him like we'd lost some of the others, so we got on the internet and tried to find a new treatment.
Dr. Walsh got lucky. He found a treatment that somebody used in Ireland on a human with the same disease. It's called an elemental diet.
We got around the disease problem by using this dietary approach. So he had a very severe case of this disease, and yet he survived. We're batting 1,000 now, where we used to bat 500.
Rehabilitation can take a few days or a few years. In Pistachio's case, he stayed in the baby pool for about a year. When he was big enough and eating some lettuce on his own, he was moved to the main exhibit, Manatees, the Last Generation.
The important thing about that part of the rehabilitation process is that we have adult manatees there, and that's where he's going to start learning to really be a manatee. So far, all of the contact he's had has been with us, but we need him to know that he's a manatee and how to act.
It's all part of preparing an orphan for release. To survive in the wild, Pistachio had to be mentally and physically ready. Thanks to the dedicated team at SeaWorld, he was. He came in small, alone, and malnourished, and after 3 years of loving care, he left huge, healthy, and ready to join his own kind. That's not the only success story. Since 1976, SeaWorld has rescued over 250 manatees and released over 100.
After months of planning, the release team waits for a cold front to move across Florida. Manatees migrate to warmer waters when the temperatures drop. When that happens, the release operation is set into motion. It's hours of wet, exhausting work, and it's worth every minute.
So how do you decide when a manatee is ready to be released? According to Dr. Walsh, you have to look at a lot of things.
If they had some abnormality on x-rays like Pistachio did, then we'd recheck his x-rays, make sure it's cleared, and make sure his blood work was all normal, and see whether or not size-wise he could go back out without any challenges from the wild.
When the manatee is ready, a whole team of experts gets together to figure out where and when to release it.
Everybody sits down together, agrees on a date, when to release him, what would be better, whether it's in the spring or in the fall, and we also decide where to release him.
But the final decision is up to the Florida Wildlife Conservation Commission and officials like Nicole Adamy.
Releases are very dependent upon the individual manatee themselves. The site is chosen depending on where the animal came from. What we try to do is we try to pick up and release the animal where the animal was rescued from.
And other times we have to take them far away because the area we rescued them from is really what got them into trouble in the first place.
Weather plays a big part in choosing when to release the animal. If the manatee was rescued as a baby, it needs to be released in the wintertime at a warm water site where it'll have plenty of company. It's also important because the cold weather will force the manatee to stick around long enough to remember the site next winter.
Just prior to the release, what we'll do is, of course, take the last of the blood samples for last-minute confirmation that the manatee's okay. We get a weight on them, and all of this is mostly just for records for the state because after we release them, we'll go back periodically and check up on them.
When the big day arrived for Pistachio, he was ready, but it was still hard to see him leave.
You become attached to them. You have this baby that was only a few days old when they brought him to us, and you see him go through a really tough time where you thought you were going to lose him, and he pulls through that until you finally get to the day where he has to go home. Going on a release is a really good feeling. You see a manatee that was in very serious condition, sometimes almost dead, and you've nursed them back to health. Most of the times, it's just a happy feeling, and you let them go and you wish them well. The ones that are a little bit harder to let go are the orphans that you hand raise, like Pistachio.
Over the next year, the state keeps tabs on the manatee with a tracking device, a kind of pinging radio transmitter. That way, they can monitor where the manatee goes and how it's doing. Some manatees are so badly injured that they can never return to the wild, so they go to special habitats for long-term rehab. But whether they're released or stay at SeaWorld, it's the caring part of animal care that's most rewarding. Watching a healthy manatee like Pistachio swim away into its natural habitat is the happy ending everyone hopes for.
After a period of time, he started moving out from the spring area and went out into the river that connected to the spring, and then moved up and down, hopefully eating well. It's a good feeling when you're there to see him go.
It's a really good feeling because you know that you've succeeded, you know you've done your job.
Pistachio is one lucky little manatee.
I wouldn't exactly call him little, but Pistachio is lucky. He got exactly the right care at the right time from his dedicated friends at SeaWorld. And now he spends his winters in the warm waters of Blue Springs doing what manatees do. You can be a friend of manatees too. Learn all about manatees and their habitat. Support groups who are establishing refuges and encouraging people to act in a manatee-friendly way. Maybe if we all work together, we can save the manatee. Pistachio is a wonderful success story, from the creation of his special formula to his ultimate release. But not every manatee is so lucky. Many are lost to illness or injuries. Some are even permanently disabled and can't go back to the wild. But the ones who can prove that sometimes rescue, rehabilitation, and release is more than a new beginning for these gentle creatures. It could mean a new beginning for the entire species. So, what can you do to help?
What can you do to help preserve the manatees? Well, actually, there's a lot.
Don't put stuff into the water that's not supposed to be in there. If you have old fishing lines, make sure you take those and throw them away properly.
There's a lot of organizations out there that are involved in manatee conservation, and you can always get involved with one of those. I mean, just get on the internet and look, and you can find them.
You can support education projects, you can support research projects. All those things do help the plight of the manatee.
You can be a safe boater. Obey all the speed and wake zones on the waterways.
We just need people to abide by the rules that are out there. You know, slow down where we know that there are animals, for sure. It gives them a chance to hear the boat. It gives them a chance to move out of the way.
Manatees are totally surrounded by boats. There's over 1 million of them on Florida waterways. Just imagine being on a street with that many cars.
There are so many boats around that having a boat around is normal. What is not normal is to have that boat at 50 or 60 miles an hour skip over their line of transfer, intersect where they're going, and hit them before they have a chance to react.
That's the whole idea behind the manatee caution zones, and that's why we need to support legislation to protect manatees and all our wildlife.
I think it's important that we just educate ourselves about wildlife in general. We want them to stay wild, and that is one of the best things we can do to help an animal out.
Pierce.
You can also help other people learn more about manatees by sharing what you know, and you can support the people who actually rescue manatees. One way to do that is to let them know if you see an animal in distress.
The best thing anyone can do when they see an animal is to call and report it right away. Either Florida Marine Patrol or call the Conservation Commission's hotline. And then to go and wait there until someone comes on site. And not to touch the animal, not to approach the animal, but wait for a professional or someone who's trained. They can not only injure themselves, but also injure the animal as well.
If you live in Florida, helping manatees can be as simple as buying a manatee license plate. A lot of the money goes to research projects around the state. You can make donations to organizations like Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute. And if you don't live in Florida, you can support local aquariums and wildlife parks.
We have some manatees that were rescued, and due to their injuries, they can't go back. When the public comes through the park and they see these manatees and they see the injuries that they have, it makes them aware of the problems that they have.
One of the things that we need to always keep in mind with an endangered species is that it never really ends. Even if that animal's numbers improve slightly, they're never out of trouble because we're constantly chipping away at what they need to survive.
So it's up to us working with the public, the federal agencies, and the state to actually get to where we prevent the injuries rather than trying to come back and treat them.
I think one of the best things we could do is just think about what we're doing today, because it definitely has an impact on what happens tomorrow.
Sadly, the things that make manatees most adorable, their childlike curiosity and slow-moving, gentle nature, also make them vulnerable. It's hard to imagine our world without these amazing animals, but it could happen.
It's up to all of us to protect them, and not just manatees, all animals. Even the ones in your own backyard. And it's so easy. Start a neighborhood environmental club. Recycle. Boat slowly through waters where manatees live. And be careful about what you trash. Something that seems as harmless as a plastic bag can mean serious trouble for wildlife.
So let's all do our part to protect these amazing animals, and maybe they'll be around for another 45 million years.
Because if they win their fight for survival, we all win.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road.
Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
Thank you, sir.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, I live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles. We had six cases in the month of December. All vehicles left unlocked and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift was a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. You want to have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely, extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.lavernetn.gov where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
This is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned. But I don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and one paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other questions?
We got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.laverne370.gov, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, one in a central location at zero cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear. When were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognized it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You can see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man hours devoted to those, 583.5. See some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the Multipurpose Building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You see some of the past senior events there. A couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6 and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the Multipurpose. At 10, if you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working and you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. Little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library, so we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., two of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty. And I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read two paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000. Expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million. Expenses were up $291,000. And our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job. when you're presenting us these numbers and stuff. I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be happy.
I've already been asked that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, you have, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to water treatment plant, Mr. Wayne Lowry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, pleasure to be here this evening. I know you all have the report. I hope you had a chance to run through it. I would prefer, if everyone's agreeable, that we just skip and discuss the Christmas water event, being that is the subject of discussion. I'm going to kind of give you a timeline of the things that happened from the water plant on out. So we'll start with December 23rd, which was a Friday. At approximately 12:30-ish in the morning, some weather was coming through. We had some power blips, and we lost our SCADA signal to our McFarland tank. So the McFarland tank, is a small tank in comparison to everything else out in the system. It decided that it was going to be at 581% full. Obviously, that wasn't happening because we didn't have ice everywhere. But we were able to control that manually because we could see the discharge pressure off of our pumps. So when the pressure got to 81 pounds, we turned a pump on. When it got to 87 pounds, we shut a pump off. So we were able to cycle that manually. Then at approximately 4:30 a.m., we had some power blips that came through, and it tripped the main breaker on a raw water building. Now, the power was not off long enough for a generator to run. The main plant was fine, but the main breaker for the raw water plant was stuck in a trip position. So we came out, we looked at it, and typically you could take the pressure off by just killing all your electrical power, reset your breaker, and then start everything back up. That did not work. So we called Eaton out to do it. They came out at approximately 9 a.m. Unfortunately, they brought an 800 amp breaker, and it needed to be a 600 amp breaker. But in the meantime, they also needed NES to come out to kill the power to do the work that they needed to do. So NES came out quickly to kill the power. They came back with the right breaker, but with the changes of design over the years, that breaker did not match up in hole alignment, so he had to manufacture some stuff to get the breaker to fit in. Once the breaker repair was done, we needed NES to come back out. That took a little bit longer for them to arrive. Took approximately an hour and a half for them to show back up to turn the power back on. So the challenges we were facing at the time. So to give you the duration, we were not pumping water from Percy Lake to the plant for about 13 hours. From about 4:30-ish to about 6:30, we did not pump water into the distribution system. We were trying to conserve water at the plant, not realizing how long this was going to take, but then we turned the pumps back on. We had about 89% or so in our Sanders tank, and Sanford Knob was showing us at 78%. Hindsight being 20/20, which it always is, we noticed that Sanford Knob started flatlining at about 4:46 in the morning. So about 15 minutes after the issue with the raw water plant. So, we were looking at things, we were running the system, conserving water, looking at the knob, saying, okay, we got 78%, we're good, Sanders looks good, let's slow the plant down, that way we can hold the water in a clear well, we'll get this raw water. And then as the day goes along, we're managing it to what we believe to be accurate. Sanders was going down a little bit, but nothing that was detrimental. We got the plant back up and running at, it was roughly 5:30 p.m., and we started treating water again. Saturday morning, so Christmas Eve morning, we come in, we had 89% in Sanders, which is almost full. We run it to about 94%. And the clear well was full, and Sanford Knob was still showing 78%. Well, we caught the Sanford Knob issue Friday evening about 9 o'clock. We got a hold of the on-call person. There is a gauge on the tank. It's basically, I call it a glorified float, because it just floats in the tank and just moves the gauge up and down. That gauge read the tank at 41 feet. I almost said percent, Kyle, you called me on it. Which calculates to be 89% full.
So I was like, oh, good, we pumped some water into the tank. Now, we checked that again at noon, and it was still 41 feet. So something was kind of a little messed up there. And then approximately, I don't know if I have that in my notes, 7 o'clock Saturday night, the gauge fell, and it went down to 7 feet. So something was holding it up, keeping it stuck there. So when you look at Plan A is SCADA, use your SCADA system. Plan B is to use the float. Both of those failed, so now we're on Plan C. And in the whole meantime of this, we've been working with Michael Dietz and his crew on this issue. On Christmas Eve, because Sanders' tank was running low, Mike was looking at trying to get a pump in to connect to Smyrna in case we needed it. Being it's the holidays, trying to do it. He thought he had one coming from Illinois, but he didn't. We ended up finding one coming from New Jersey, and we all thought, well, that's not going to get here. But he moved forward with that. Well, at the meantime, we were still pumping. Saturday night at about 11:30-ish or so, the plant was struggling treatment-wise. When we shut the raw water pumps off for 13 hours and turned them back on, we brought in a slug of mud. And super pulsators don't like mud. So we were able to go approximately 24 hours before it started impacting us. But it started impacting us, and we had to make some treatment changes and some decisions. Danny Campbell came in Christmas Eve at about midnight, and he started working on maybe 1 in the morning. In the meantime, communication between Danny and Michael Dietz was happening, and we got a new reading of the Sanford knob that showed it to be very low at about 3:50 in the morning. Now, we were able to run Mason Road pumps, all 3 of them. We were running the pumps based upon the information that we had. So on the Friday, December 23rd, we didn't run them because it looked like it was full. On Saturday, we ran them. And on Saturday night, we had shut it off. And then when Mike called us with the numbers, we turned them right back on. And they were running. And we switched to reading the tanks with the pressure gauge off the hydrant that associated with the tank. And the plant was turned around. The plant was producing water. We were pumping over 5 million gallons a day out the door to the community from there. And Sanders was still dropping, and we were still pumping from Mason Road. So at 4 in the morning, we turned Mason Road back on when we got the very low tank reading. At 3:30 in the afternoon on Christmas Day, because the 3:50 in the morning was actually Christmas Day, Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day. 3:30 in the afternoon, we got a tank reading that showed that we're about 75% full at Sanford Knob. At 6 o'clock-ish, we were told it was 60% full, and we were pumping. And in order to fill up Sanders, we stopped pumping for a little bit, just to let things balance with Sanders. And then at 7:20, we were told it was very low again. So we started pumping again. So through all that, we had some issues with the SCADA system. We had some issues, obviously, with the float does on the tank. And we had some issues with the hydrant gauges and what actually was happening within the distribution system. The interesting thing for us, from our side, at least from Infomark's point of view, there is a number that people call to file complaints about the water at the water plant. We only received 13 phone calls. We received 1 on Christmas Day. And that one was to let us know that somebody's neighbor's pipe burst. We received, and I have this in front of me, if I turn it the right way, 5 on Christmas Eve, 1 of them from the same address, and all saying low pressure. Now, what we do as your operator is we turn those over to Public Works, as this is what it is, and then they go investigate them. And everyone that I know that Mike's aware of that they investigated, they had water. There was water there. The pressure was lower, but there was water. And on December 26th, we had 7 of them. 2 of all these were in the Sanders zone. The other ones we believe to be in what would be fed from Sanford Knob. But all of them had water, lower pressure, but water. Mike told me when we were talking throughout this that there was issues that they received on call, and most of them were frozen meters, busted meters, frozen service lines. And even when they hooked up the Smyrna pump, it actually came in from New Jersey at approximately noon to 1 o'clock on Monday, December 26th, which when you think about that, considering the weather that was happening across the United States, that's actually remarkable. And, Xylem should be thanked for getting that to us as quickly as they did. But when he was hooking that up, he was even having conversations with people saying, thank you, but I have water, but it's lower pressure, but I still have water. So from our knowledge, it seems like, yes, we're low on pressure, but it's not a big event. It's a big concern, but it's not a big event. That's two separate things. We want to take care of the concern before it becomes an event, if that makes sense in a way that I say it. So the information we had in our hand was we got low water. We know we got low water. We had a plan in place. We were working through the plan, and we put everything on. It took approximately, well, the Smyrna pump was connected and turned on at 6:49 p.m. on December 26th. It took that long because everything has to be fabricated on site when that pump comes. So it's not just a plug and play. You have to build it. So that was turned on. We were still feeding water through Mason Road. We fed with Smyrna and Mason Road all of December 27th, and Smyrna pump was shut off on December 28th at about 9 p.m. And we have been running smoothly ever since. The plant has been producing a lot of water through this whole event. We were up, like I said, over 5 million gallons out the door. We were treating about 6.7 million gallons of raw water. The hiccup was on the 24th, but we recovered from that quickly. And there's just, it's one of those things where you look back and you go, what could we do different? How can we make this better? What can we learn from this? Well, one of the things that me and Danny have talked about is, getting a better idea of the pressure in the system. What can we do? Is there pressure gauges that we could go physically read that are in place that, because SCADA's out, so can we go physically read them? We had a meeting on Tuesday, and we're going to be working on how do we make that better. We also can talk about SCADA and alarms that can give us, even before it can go out, to say, hey, the pressure is lower than this set point. What would that be? We'll have to build that out, But that is something I think is critical that we've talked about throughout the SCADA project of things that we could do to make this better. And pressurizing the system by knowing the pressure numbers. We were, honestly, there's part A and part B failed because the SCADA system stuck, the float stuck, and then the tank readings were working, or the hydrant readings were working, and then it bottomed out, and we were just pumping. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that explains anything. I feel like I should answer more questions now than I should be talking. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to field them.
Well, first off, I'm going to chime in because I know I spoke with some residents over in the Ridge, Woodland Hills, and Summit View that, and over in Dove Creek that didn't have water at various times. Michael, I believe I was working with you on some of the Ridge people at the very last minute whenever everything got hooked up. So while this may not be a huge event to y'all, to the people who were impacted during Christmas, it was.
No,
so,
and don't let me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but don't let me mistake. At the time, it didn't feel like an event. When you look back, it is definitely an event. If you look at any of the emails I've sent, I call it the Christmas water event. So I don't want to be mistaken. It's just, level of information that you have at that moment made it feel different than what it ended up being, if that makes sense.
So for me, the big thing is, number one, because I know we've met, I know you've been working with staff, and have we identified action items that either have already been put in place or are being put in place to prevent this in the future? Some of it, I know you can't prevent weather. I mean, weather's going to be weather. But
to prevent this in the future? And if so, what are those?
So it's one of the things we've been talking about, at least from Infomark's point of view. We already have a process in place of working with the city. So when we see something, when we work with Michael Dietz and his team, and the response has always been great, the collaboration is always great. And we're like, what can we do differently? Well, one of the things to talk about is the pressures, getting better pressure in the system. So when you look at the situation, what could we have done different? Well, we couldn't do anything different at the water plant. It was run as hard as it can run. What we could have done differently is we could have ran Waldron Road and Mason Road together and say, all right, we now can run 3 pumps at Mason Road, and we would confer to make sure that that was acceptable with Michael Dietz and his team on the situation at hand, because if he's got a main break somewhere, he may not want all 3 pumps on until he gets that fixed. So we would have to collaborate that. We could also run Waldron. The SCADA system, we've talked about that. I mean, can we get alarms when there's power? Yeah. When there's no power, it doesn't help us. There's really no help. But we also talked about, can we install physical gauges so that in the event this were to happen again and we need to go physically to the site and read something, that is strategically placed based upon the hydraulics of that area, so we know exactly what the pressure is in that area. Not necessarily on the suction side of a pump or the discharge side of a pump, but at the base of a tank. So that we could say, hey, I have 15 pounds of pressure in this tank, which is approximately 37 feet of water. So that we can do the math and understand what we have. So that was being discussed. And a lot of this needs to be put on SCADA systems so that we could trend it, so that we could determine what is normal. Because if you could put a pressure gauge out there, and if you go check it once every 2 years, once every year when an event does happen, you don't necessarily know what normal is. So getting it on SCADA so you can trend it, and even when the SCADA goes out, at least we have a physical device that we could walk to and look at, drive to, whatever the case may be. So communication-wise, the plan's already in place with that, Mayor, and that went well. Danny and Mike, and we all work together. Danny talked with me, I talked with Mike, I talked with Kyle, I talked to Bruce, I talked to you about at least the NES power thing, to see if you could help us get that done a little faster. But I don't think it's internally on the process that we have in place, communication's an issue at all. It's just, even if we were to, we talked today about what if we put in heaters? Well, it doesn't do you any good when the power goes out. If it's that cold and power goes out, you still have the same problem. You all don't have the same type of weather as I do back home, and it would not make financial sense to do some of the builds that are done with what you have because the costs run high. But, we could still continue to talk through that to say, is there better things to do? I mean, mind you, this is 1 week later, so there's still a lot of discussion that's gonna happen that we're gonna learn from. There's still data to file through to say, more lessons learned. What can we do differently?
Bruce, Kyle, y'all are both the city administrators, assistant city administrator. Do y'all want to weigh in on this event, and as far as the other side of it, the city side, and just kind of talk any about that, or your thoughts about what we can do differently?
I think in the future, this SCADA project that we're having designed right now is one of the things that, with this event happening, as Dwayne's stating, is I think we can make sure if there's any improvements or any pressure readings that we need at locations with the alarms and stuff like that, that would be a huge benefit that we know that now, that we can get it into the project, that in the future, hopefully, we get some alarms and stuff like that, because what you had is an event that really, when we was getting information, we were getting the information that they were seeing, but that was not correct information. I mean, when you go to a tank that the SCADA is telling you it's at 78%, you get out to the site because you're like, okay, this can't be right because it's stuck on that. You go out to the site, it says 41 feet. Okay, do we have 41 feet in there or do we not? So, you're going by the information you have, and until we realize that, hey, that's stuck at 41 feet, We didn't know it was stuck at 41 feet, or nobody that went out in the field to look at it didn't know that. Like Dwayne said, hindsight is 20/20. You see later on that it goes to, what was it, 7 feet or something like that. When it dropped, clearly it was froze. So we just so happened to have SCADA that had stuck. We had the gauge on the side of the tank that stuck. Then, they went to option C as far as looking at pressure at the hydrant to see if they could determine, okay, well, this is what we feel is in the tank. At that point, like you said, they were doing different pumping scenarios, is the best way I think to put it, that will give you water in different locations at different times. So you're not only just, I'm only filling up Sanders or I'm only filling up Sanford Knob, you're putting water in either all locations or you're putting it in Sanford Knob. When you're doing that, of course, you're pressurizing the system, because if you're getting water in the tank, basically the whole system, because I know fire's been mentioned. To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody went and connected to a hydrant that said there was no water, that there was low pressure. I don't think anybody can determine that fire was an issue, because if we were filling the tank, it had to be pressurized. So that's one of the things I think a lot of it could be, and that's what I find also that we need to, like you said, it's only been a week after. I know a lot of people are throwing out the term water outage, but going from the information I received, it was basically low pressure.
I had no water.
And
Excuse me.
we're it's just, that's one of the things that if there was no water, how many people contacted Dwayne or how many people contacted on-call? I know Dietz had an on-call guy that was getting 80-something calls. Okay, in the future, we may have to have 2 or 3 on-call guys, because one on-call guy cannot keep up with the amount of calls that we were getting. And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking back at the complaints, to my knowledge, the ones that we had that said no water was almost every one of them meter busted, meter froze, service line froze. That has nothing to do with the pressure in the system. So, like I said, kind of what Dwayne was saying through the whole thing is, with the information we had, we made the best decisions that we could. Basically, Dietz, in my opinion, made an outstanding call on Saturday night to go ahead and get the pump en route, because the pump does cost money. It's going to cost. So do you really need it? Do you not? He just felt that something just didn't add up, so he said he went ahead and made the call. And I'm glad he did. The pump got there as quick as it could get there. That's the quickest we could get hooked up to Smyrna. When we got hooked up to Smyrna and got caught back up, we've had no problems. What happened was, we had an event to where the power was out and then the SCADA was wrong. And then we made decisions based on information that was bad. So how do we fix that in the future? We try to make sure that SCADA gives us proper information. Hopefully we can do things to where he's talking about on heaters and stuff. What we feel like happened on the tanks is some components, probably when the power went out, they were off long enough, because they're usually a battery backup. We feel that the battery, because of the temperature, did not keep those components basically running. So what happened? They lost programming. So is there SCADA components out there that, do not lose the programming, or is that something that's common? Is there something that we can have besides the battery backup that would keep it from losing? Because if that's going to happen every time, then, that's something we can look for. This is something that we never had happen, so I don't think we look for right off the beginning that, hey, this is going to happen. So I know I probably didn't answer everybody's questions, and I know I probably made some people not happy, but, we can only do with what information we have.
The one thing, if I could jump in, that popped in my head as Kyle was talking, and, it's an expensive option, but there's also an option of having generators out at the sites. So if you lose power, you have generators. So SCADA PLCs don't lose their programming immediately. They lose their programming after being off for a while. So both McFarland and Sanford Knob both lost their program. That's with those units being off for a while. So whether we have battery backup, maybe bigger battery backups, like maybe even something that can run a heater to keep something warm, or a small gen set that's set that when the power fails, it kicks on. That's an option. so that at least the SCADA won't drop, and we can keep the signal coming. Now, the two things that were wrong, and I'm going to get these wrong because every time I get told them, they go in one ear and out the other. I don't know why they don't stick in my head. But one of them at the knob had to do with a component that was loose, that was felt it was totally weather related, that the connection wasn't right. That if it would have been warmer, that connection wouldn't have failed, but he had to reset that, and because it was down for so long, it had to be reprogrammed. The other part with McFarland was also weather related, and for the life of me, I cannot remember exactly what happened with that one, but they were both weather related. That if there would have been heat, probably wouldn't have happened. Now, the loose component thing, there's kind of a underlying blessing there, because that would have failed at some point because it wasn't seated properly as an electronic component. But it just happened to fail when it got cold.
Michael, is there anything you want to add from this whole event for the board, before anyone has any other questions?
I've got a quick question regarding the communication systems and the messages. Who gets those messages? Who logs those messages? Because I'm a little confused, because I know I personally live in the Ridge, and I had 7 residents of the Ridge who told me they called Christmas Day and reported no outage, and it's just difficult for me to believe that those 7 calls you reported today were those residents.
There's two different methods that the citizens have. They have our water complaint hotline, which we only received 1. So our operators get those calls, they take those calls, they log those calls. But there's also a number on the website that they call to get a hold of on-call on the city site. I don't have view to that. And I'm not saying that, from my perspective, we had 1 that came to the plant directly.
Gotcha.
So there's just 2 avenues that the community could reach out to. And, maybe in the lessons learned, we clarify those avenues a little better.
So going back, Michael, is there anything you want to add from this weather event from your side of things? Because we're trying to paint the whole picture for everyone, so they get the whole sides.
Yes, sir. And just to echo what has already been mentioned, it was an event. I felt like that event was managed to the best of our ability. I want this board and the citizens of LaVergne to know that. There's always going to be criticism and questions of what we could have done differently, and that's what we will learn from. That's our goal, is to learn from this event. What can we do differently to make it better next time? However, going back, would I made any changes different during this event? I can't say that I would. I feel like we managed it. I feel like we maintained the water in the system to the best of our ability. We got it restored as quickly as we possibly could over a holiday weekend, and I'm very proud of my team at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne or Michael?
Well, did Smyrna have an issue with their water system? I know we got water from them, but what is Smyrna doing different than we are if they didn't have no issues?
Sir, I can't speak to that because I don't know how their system's laid out, but to my knowledge, they did not have any issues. We're thankful that they're a great neighbor, and we have a policy in place where we can get water when needed, if needed.
And I will chime in. Our neighbors to the north, Davidson County, did have significant problems. Whenever the news reported on LaVergne, it was as a footnote to the fact that Nashville had an under-the-river break on top of all of their other breaks.
Yes, sir. And if I may, just real quick, another side note here, the water event was one issue, but I'd also like to recognize all the guys and gals that worked during the winter event throughout the snow and ice, because there was a lot of hours that was put in there to make sure that the road was cleared for the citizens of LaVergne, as well as emergency services. So just like to recognize those guys as well.
Anyone have any other questions for Dwayne or Michael?
So, in your opinion, because I dealt with it, do you think those glitches from the electrical had anything to do with the SCADA and power?
It's a difficult question to answer, but my opinion is it definitely did on the raw water plant, tripping that breaker. And I'm not 100% certain that it had any, it might have had some play with the tanks, but I think that was more of maybe the glitch and the cold weather at the same time. But we're at the plant, we're not at the tanks. So I can't 100% say that those glitches even happened at those tank sites. We know they happen at the plant, because we were physically present.
And Carl brought up a good point. He talked about the fire hydrants. So we really don't know if the fire hydrants had water or not. Is that a fair statement?
So, to that, Vice Mayor, so that was thought of during the event as well by me personally. And to my knowledge, we was pumping 200,000 gallons a minute from Mason Road Pump Station into the south part of LaVergne, which would provide 2,000 gallons a minute in the event of a fire. We had the ability to kick on a third pump, which would have added another 1,000 gallons per minute to that system. Now, if we had gotten much lower in the Sanders water tank, then yes, sir, that call would have been made. So during the event, it was thought of, but the concern was not as high as priority as getting the Smyrna connection hooked up.
And if I can add a little bit to that. So these tanks have to be taken out for maintenance. And Sanford Knob has been out of service, where we fed the system through Mason Road and Walden Road. So it's not that you can't have fire protection with the tank out of completely empty, 2 foot of water, 5 foot of water. You still can have fire protection. You're just feeding it from a different methodology because the tank is out of service. So we could have turned, if there was something like that would have happened, we could have turned more pumps on.
How long would that take in case of an emergency? Do we have seconds or minutes?
It doesn't take long. As soon as we get the phone call, it's a click of a button and it turns on. And if we have to drive to it, whatever drive time it is from the plant to there, or from wherever one of his guys might be, might even be closer, in case the SCADA wouldn't turn it on. It's not a long time to do that.
In which we was already providing 2,000 gallons per minute that we knew was leaving the pump.
So the terminology came up over this is the perfect storm. And from everything you've talked about, that's exactly what it was. From an ungodly cold for this area, electric, data, just everything. Once you got everything up and running, and I'm gonna put Michael or Kyle on the spot, if we were not in this ridiculous predicament we're in with Stones River, would those tanks have filled up better, quicker if we had those lines put in?
Yeah, you're talking about the 24-inch.
Yes.
Yes, if that line was in, we can pump max. I mean, we can get 10 million gallon a day to that tank. Currently, with the piping system we have in, we max out about 5 million gallon a day pumping rate to get to Sanders tank. So that's where, if that line was done today, we could have got more water to the tanks quicker. The problem with that would have been like what Dwayne was talking about, and just being all open about it. That's where whenever he is saying that the clear well was at a certain level, well, you got to use the clear well water to backwash. And I know this is going to get a lot of probably too deep, but you can only produce so much water that they're limited to. So even if you had the 24 in, and let's say we was thinking we can get 10 million gallons a day, you got to produce that amount of water, and we're not at that. So there would have been some limitations, but yet could we have done better at getting water to the system? Yes, if it was done. And so in the future, with a 24-inch done and with the SCADA project, once it gets completed, hopefully this does not happen again.
And even when you look at what we were able to do, I've always heard the number of 5 million was the max we could do through the 18-inch line. But we were over 5 million going out the door. I think we hit 5.3, 5.4 out the door. So, it would have been better to have that 24-inch in place. But even with the 18, I think we did pretty good at getting the water in the system.
You kept talking about a glitch. When the electricity goes off of water treatment plant, the diesel generators come on and kick in. Is that what you think might have tripped a fuse or something?
No, sir, because what happens is the utility power has to be off for a certain amount of time before that generator recognizes that there's no utility power, and then it turns on, and then there's a delay in the transfer switch before it transfers. That whole process, utility power have to be off for about 45 seconds. So when it's one of these type things, the generator would never turn on. And that's by design. That's to make sure that we're not backfeeding from a generator into the utility power.
and it has to start over every time it does that, the timing.
Yeah, it will recognize each individual process.
So it sounds like you've done all you could do. I know Michael did, man. I was talking to him and his guys, and not only did they have to deal with that, they had a big water main break and had to deal with that. So my final question is this: as a collectively group, it seems that some of the citizens' concerns out there, which Kyle brought this up too, is some didn't have water, some had low pressure. The neighbor had water, but this neighbor didn't. It was kind of crazy. So as far as a communication thing, if something like this were to happen again, who could they, I know they were calling, and apparently everybody thought that we all knew exactly what was going on. I know I didn't. I just heard the terminology perfect storm. How can we, as a collective group, get there's no way you can put in a statement everything that we've talked about here in the last 20 minutes in a short term. Now, if you send something short out there to say, hey, it's broke, it's going to take a while, is that going to pacify? Probably not, but to get things out there.
We've talked about it. It's a difficult question because there's always a communication in cold weather that when you have a crawl space or a basement that's not heated, it's a trickle water so that your lines don't freeze. So there's a difference between trickling water and open up a faucet in your bathtub. So you don't want to use that one, you just need to move it slowly. But if you turn around and then say, we need you to conserve water, then the next thing you know, if people follow that and they turn it off, then their line could freeze. And then we end up with a break in a line that's running more water than they were if they were trickling it. So when you look at the decisions that we're making at the time, you're like, what do you say? Because, what we were seeing was low pressure. I'm not saying that people didn't have water because hindsight's 20/20. We're learning that people didn't have water. But at the time, it was low pressure. So it's like, I was talking to Bruce about water conservation notice, and like, do we not? It's a very difficult decision to make at that time with those extreme temperatures. Is there a different method to communicate to the citizens? Maybe we can collaborate on something that would be a little bit better, but I think we need to spend some time to make sure we have something that's foolproof. From us, on this side, working the thing, you're just trying to make phone calls and talk and make decisions and react. And maybe there's a way we could put something together where there's one person that could be reached out to that could put the things out there to the community that may not be in place today. Then
Well, if everybody had their water dripping like most people did, that would have used up a lot of water. That might have been one of the reasons you had low water pressure. If everybody left their water dripping, that's got to make up a lot of water.
Yeah, and that's the hard one. How do we know who's doing it? You're right. If everyone was doing it, that would take up pressure, that would take up water. You don't know who's doing it. You're just putting that recommendation out as a precaution so the homeowner doesn't have a line freeze. So you don't know who's actually doing that. And you don't know what that consumption is to know what you have to balance out and what you pump into the system.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to staff because I know for myself, I was out of town. I know, Michael, you tried to reach me a couple times, and where I was basically a little bit further back than Deliverance. So I was unreachable. And, y'all handled that as best you could, considering all the circumstances going on. So I want to say thank you because I know Danny's coming in Christmas at 1 a.m. working. Your staff worked through because whenever I got back, I went out to where y'all were at. And so thank you guys because y'all gave up your holiday with your families, just like everybody. Everyone's stuck in this situation. You are out here working in the cold. So thank you.
Yeah, I would. It seems like the biggest thing is the communication part, because it took 3 days before something came out from Public Works on what happened. So everything what started happening with this perfect storm, December 23rd, from everything, I know that through Facebook communication, social media, whenever there's a water line break or whatever, I live on Cedar Park Circle. We were known for our water main breaks. So anytime there was a water main break, there's something goes out on social media. Water main break, you're going to have an issue. Why wasn't something put out on social media when this was recognized? That's my biggest question, and it seems like that's the questions from the citizens. Why did it take 3 days before something came out and then everything was fixed, or basically everything was on the road to being fixed? That's my biggest thing. Because I work at Vanderbilt, and anytime something happens around the campus or around the area, we get an alert on our email, we get an alert on our phone if we want it. And I know, like I said, the community, depends on social media. So, that's my biggest thing, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I think there should have been better communication when this perfect storm started happening. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything, but that's another thing to look at in your future planning, in your policies and procedures.
And we most certainly will, yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to what Carol said, but I honestly, being medical, and looking at the scenario, reading through the recap of exactly what happened, I honestly think the missed opportunity here is preventatively. When we're ordering pumps ahead of time preventatively, just in case we need water from Smyrna, I think that's a great time to notify the public, hey, there's potential outage, conserve your water, whatever recommendations you have at that time. But, just preventatively, once we're starting to put a plan in action just in case, that's a great time to let our citizens know on Christmas Eve, just in case we might be in a tight spot tomorrow, the next day, and the next few days. If you take a look at how Middle Tennessee Electric kind of approaches things with the high capacity, they preventatively alerted the community to try to reduce their demand, and they let them know the possibility of outages before they ever even started the rolling blackout. Just give the community a little bit more time to prepare for these instances.
Any other questions?
And I also want to make a note that I really think that it was any time that we have a problem with our water service, I think the fire department should be the absolute first people to know. I know, based on the data that you've collected, that things would have been just fine, but for their first notification to be a social media when it's gone out to the public, that is not acceptable. Like, there are lives at risk that we need to consider. So, like I said, the emergency services, fire, most importantly. And I know he said you guys have great working relationships, and this is just kind of a one-off circumstance with everything, it seems like. But emergency services, number one, first and foremost. We got to keep in mind the safety of our citizens overall. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-01, and an ordinance to amend Title V, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cyber Security Partners Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on, number 7, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'm going to second it for discussion because there was a sticking piece here about the lease agreement. Bruce, did we get that worked out?
Yes, sir. The lease amount will be $500 per month, and that has been put into the lease agreement that's in your packet.
Okay. Should all have that. That's it for questions for me. Anyone have any other discussion?
Just one more. When does the time limit start as far as the $500 a month?
Well, there is no time limit. It'll start once the property exchanges hands.
That's what I'm.
And until we're able to move out of the building.
And how long will it take before, if it's approved tonight, how long will it take before it's?
There is a period of time, due diligence time. I'm thinking it's 60 days, and then they have to close, I believe, within 30 days after that. So we're looking at approximately 90 days until we close, if everything goes through.
Any other questions?
The concern to me, and I brought up in the workshop, is the price was $300,000, and the property was auctioned off beside it for $710,000. It brought up in the workshop that the contents was included, but the contents of the building was auctioned off separate. So the $710,000 was for the building and the property, not for the contents. The shelving, the glass cases, all the merchandise in there was auctioned off, but it was auctioned off separate. The building next door, which the building is bigger, but it's a big difference between $300,000 and $710,000. If you take the building twice as big, you're over twice as big in price. And it's concerned to me about the price. You just go back to the old post office, the code building. We sold it for less than the appraisal, and then it just seemed like we're getting into a pattern that we're selling city property less than the value. And that's something that that really concerned me. Your two properties right next to each other. It don't settle with me real good, and I want to broad up that. But the contents now was not included in the $710,000. None of the contents, the shelving, the showcases, nothing was auctioned off separate. The $710,000 was the building and the property, and we sold the old fire department for $300,000. Basically same size land, which the building was a little bit bigger, but I just concerned about the price.
Well, just to point out, the stormwater building was, the board did vote to go under price. For the public works, it was, as far as stormwater, was under the appraised price. Public works was $100,000 over the appraised price, and this is right at appraised price. So that is part of this, and this is an offer from the purchaser. So just to put that out there, the land size is different. They're not the same. This is a smaller parcel. With that, Alderman Waldron?
I know.
Alderwoman Haas?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the beer board. We've got 2 terms expiring and 2 applicants. And this is one that's appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board. So I will appoint Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock back to the beer board. All in favor?
Aye. Abstain.
Moving on to the library board. We have got 3 terms expiring. We have one applicant that got in before the deadline today. I believe we have another one for next month, but we've got Kayla Koester, and need a motion to appoint this person.
I make a motion to appoint Kayla to the library board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We have got, let's see here, 5 terms expiring, and we've got one that's a requested change out by the organization. So I'm going to appoint Marty Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson to the Local Emergency Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got one term that expired. We've got Chuck Isbell, contacted him. He does want to stay on this board. We also have another applicant as well. This is one where I appoint, the board confirms. I will reappoint Chuck Isbell to the Parks and Recreation Board. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are that have expired. We've got one that's wanting to stay on this board. Looks like that is Jeff Moss. I'll make a motion to reappoint Jeff Moss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family in their prayers for the loss and the family members. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has got fresh water and shelter. And again, I put a item on the agenda for the 24th or 25th time, and Jason has it removed. Somebody spoke at Citizens Forum about the mayor. That's hitting the nail right on the head. I put the same thing on the agenda over 24 times, and he has removed it 24 times. And that's all. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just a reminder, the LaVergne Rescue Unit's having a Country Ham fundraiser on January 14th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Cost is $12 per person. Also wanted to encourage everybody to come out for the MLK Day ceremony on January 16th at 10 a.m. at the Multipurpose Building. And just a reminder to everybody, the annual communication survey is available on the city website through February 28th. You can also get hard copies at City Hall, Parks and Rec, the library, or the Senior Center. So I encourage everybody to complete those surveys.
Alderwoman Hawes.
Yes, there was a post that came out on Facebook about the baseball, softball signups coming soon. So everyone that wants to sign their children up for baseball and softball, please keep an eye out for the Facebook post. And everybody stay safe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to brag again on the water guys and, man, guys, and I know y'all were doing all you could do. There may have been some lack of communication, but we weathered that perfect storm. So great job, all you emergency guys. I seen you out there. This thing about the mayor, I've been thinking about this. And I'm not picking on Michael, I'm just bringing him up. If Michael has an employee he has a problem with, it goes to HR. HR goes to Kyle goes to Bruce, and then they talk back and forth. By the time anything gets to this guy, it's a done deal. He's not going to, it's just a matter of somebody putting their name on it. If you take it out of his hand, put it in Bruce, by the time it gets to Bruce, it's a done deal. So that stuff is hearsay. But anyway, thank you guys again for a good job. Hope that doesn't happen again. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I do want to remind everyone about the Martin Luther King Day ceremony. It should be wonderful. We have worked very diligently, and when I say we, I'm talking about David McGowan and his staff on getting the guest speakers here. Mr. DeBerry we've been working on that for several years, so very big props to you and your team for that and for everyone who's coming in to work that event. So I hope you all join us. It'll be 10 a.m. down at the multipurpose building. I do want to thank staff for working through Christmas on restoring water, including my own, where I live is part of this. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can use this as a building tool and improve things for the next weather event, because regardless, there will be another one of who sits in any of these seats. There will always be weather events. Lastly, when it comes to the Hire and Fire Authority, which is what Alderman Waldron was talking about, yes, I have removed that because, like Vice Mayor No said, it actually is a multi-pronged process, and it comes from a director to HR, through legal, through our city administrators, before it ever gets to me. So that's something that's a check and balance. If you put it on an individual employee, as it's already been threatened in the past, Alderman Waldron, where if they didn't do certain things the board would do, the board would just fire that employee. And I don't think that's right and proper. This allows a check system for everybody. And this was the same process that went on whenever you were mayor. So this is something that's keeping with a normal tradition that has kept the city moving forward and has kept the city out of trouble. So with that, we call the meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a 1-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with, the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second. Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a 1-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a 1-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This kind of brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees.
and the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and we're still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3 high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2, medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high-density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land that's undeveloped that lies directly across the street, across Cheney from this location. So this was here last May of this year, so these are some of the photos from May. And then this is a couple weeks ago, or 3, so you get to see it in both seasons. And again, here's a shot from Cheney in May. It's amazing how much is covered up, and you really can't tell with all the vegetation. Can't tell exactly what's on the property. This is again looking up Cheney, so this is north, going all the way toward that 3-way stop at Old Nashville. And then this is another view that shows the dwelling. So there's a home there, looks like a typical maybe double wide. And then there is a mobile home that you probably saw back in this photo. So this is 4.3 acres, and they're requesting to rezone from agricultural to high-density residential. And on the screen, they've submitted a concept plan that would give you an idea, a rough idea of what the property would look like. It's approximately 50 townhomes on the screen, and you can see at least one of the concepts for looks like 2 access points off of Cheney would be included. Of course, the fine details will come later at site plan stage if this property is successfully rezoned. I think that they did submit this exhibit that just shows the 2 dwellings currently on the survey. And there's no technical items from staff, and that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments in regards to this item? No questions. We will be asking for a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
No, Mr. Coates? No from Mr. Coates. Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item, item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 11.32 acres, property located at Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, Tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6. Current zoning district, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District. Proposed zoning district, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by 84 Lumber. Mr. Logan.
So this request is to rezone property to I-2, which is heavy industrial, and currently the property is zoned I-1, which is light industrial. And the 84 lumber facility is near the center of the screen here, so this property is basically south of the existing 84 lumber property. And zooming in, you can see the, this is an underground gas pipeline, so that's what this easement is, where they keep it clear and keep all the trees cut. So that's the easement running through, and it runs through a significant portion of this property they're wanting to rezone also. So the existing facility for 84 lumber is the darker blue, which is I-2, and of course below that, as mentioned, it's I-1. So this would make the zoning match for both of their properties, and they would both be I-2. There is a mixture of zoning in the area. There's R2 to the south, and then there's some R1 scattered, although there's no R1 directly touching this property. And then to the east is a large area on Wheeler Street, of course, is also zoned I1. And these are some photos that show Wheeler Street and the wooded area behind, which is this parcel that's asking to rezone. And this is one of the exhibits submitted by the applicant. They are showing 50-foot wide buffers. These are transitional buffers that are required by the zoning ordinance. So they are showing those between any residential areas and the I-2 property. And there's no comments, no staff comments or technical items, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff on this item?
I'd just like to say that, just for the record, that I do own a piece of property on Wheeler Street. And it's not next to the property, but it's close to it, so make sure people are aware of that. My concerns with this is the access of getting the trucks, the tractor trailers with the homes or the wood on board out of the area. It's a very poor area. We have lots of issues with the junction of Jefferson Pike and Merceborough Road. Although from what we understand, TDOT is working on that junction. At the present time, the amount of tractor trailers coming out of the area is a very large amount, and putting in this additional zoning would increase that capacity, and I don't think it's a good idea for that street without improvements or other access ways out of the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Once again, we will be taking a favorable or non-favorable recommendation for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in the motion.
Make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending an unfavorable recommendation on this item to Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Site plan, High Point 24, Lot 2, requested by Kimley Horn. 3 buildings totaling 540,192 square feet on 143.04 acres. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 19.14, 20, and 20.03. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by High Point 24 Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the High Point 24 development, and this is just for Lot 2. You can see the property on the screen, and this is on Blair Road. So this is Sam Ridley Parkway here coming off of I-24, and when you drive that way, you take the right and then proceed north, and this development's on your right. With the new building there next to Blair, it's hard to miss it. It's some very large buildings. It is about 500 240,000 square feet. And that just is on Lot 2 alone. That would not count the building that's sitting close to the road. Total at build-out, there's 7 buildings that are planned and about 1.1 million square feet of distribution space. And the smallest building on this plan is about 151,000 square feet, and the largest building is about 255,000 square feet. So zooming in there, you can see the location of the building next to Blair, and then all the site work that was being done when this image was taken. And so it moves at such a pace that the imagery can't even keep up with how fast things are happening on the ground. So you only get a snapshot in time. It really doesn't give you the full story. But if you've been out there, you've seen this developer's gone to great length to direct truck traffic back to I-24 when exiting the site, and they've put up a lot of signage for that. It's in some of the photos. This is a strange shaped parcel, and Lot 1, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, but Lot 1 wraps around and kind of has this narrow part, like a neck, that runs along I-24, and then it opens out again. And then in the middle of that is this lot, which is Lot 2, and these 3 buildings that are covered with Lot 2. So these are some photos of the property. These are the buildings on Lot 1 that are finished. And you can see what they look like. This is submitted by the applicant in the plans. And again, the sort of the red shaded area is not part of this lot number 2. It's all part of Lot 1. So we're just talking about these 3 buildings here in the center for tonight. The internal road, some of you all have seen it, and that was put in by the developer. So that's the internal road that's servicing all these buildings. And this is another view of the site plan that shows the Lot 1 and Lot 2 layout. This plan tonight does show 581 parking spaces, and 271 would satisfy the city's requirement. So 271 required, but they have 581, so there's plenty of parking. And there's just a closer view of their site plan. I believe that's the last slide. Yeah. And there's no technical items, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
All the technical items have been addressed, and I appreciate the engineering group worked with us on the questions and answers that we proposed, and they did do that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9. Amendment to site plan, 290 Tech Park Industrial. Modification to site requested by former Lucas, property located at 290 Tech Park Drive, tax map 29, parcel 5.12, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 5 Star Investment LP. Mr. Logan.
This is the request for site plan approval at 290 Tech Park Industrial. And this site is located on Tech Park Drive, and it's the last remaining open lot, last remaining vacant lot on this road. So it's on the west side of the road and not far north of the intersection with Industrial and Mason. So this lot, this project was here in July of this year, so not that long ago. They've made some changes, and they've reduced the parking, and they've also reduced the amount of asphalt and paving, so they've made some site changes and also some changes to the way that stormwater is directed. So that was discussed 2 weeks ago at the workshop. But this is the zoning map, so you can see this entire area is the dark blue, which is I-2 Industrial. And these are some photos from when the property was here in July. So there are street trees have been planted for some time next to the road, and other than that, it's just a flat vacant lot that's already been graded for development. So this is the plan that's current tonight. And you can see, as was discussed 2 weeks ago at workshop, these parking spaces were lined up on both sides of the aisle here, and those have been removed since July's plan. They've also reconfigured this pavement and taken some of it out, and they've reduced the number of truck bays, I think by 2 since July. And they've made some stormwater changes as well that I mentioned. So this is, you can kind of see, that's the old plan. So if you watch in this area here at the top, you can see especially how they've reduced. So that was July, and that's tonight. And then you can see the truck bays were quite a bit more in July, and you can see they reduce tonight. So that's just some of the changes that they've made, and that's the reasons that they had to return to the Planning Commission. The fee in lieu for the project has not changed since July. It's still in your report. It's still listed as $26,940, so that's unchanged since July. This is based on the frontage, which of course is not changing at the road. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here for this project? If you would state your name and address for the record, kind sir.
Yes, Josh Hutchison, former Lucas, 2002 Richard Jones Road, Nashville.
Thank you, sir. My only question was, since we downsized the parking lot, did we make accommodations for the fire department?
Yes, the accommodations for the fire department have not changed since the original plan, which just to refresh everybody's memory, there was some discussion about having an access road around the backside of the building due to topo. That just can't happen. And in dealing with the fire marshal during the original review, we agreed to put standpipes and man ladders around the side and the rear of the building, and that has not changed.
Very good. Does anyone have any other questions or comments?
You took my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
So with that said, with the including in the $26,940 for the fee in lieu of, I'll make a motion to accept with that fee in lieu.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 10, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopt the new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Mr. Logan.
I did receive just a few minor changes from Mr. Coates. So I'll be sending those to Melissa at Volkert. Other than that, I haven't received any comments about the ordinance.
Just to the rest of the board, they were just typographical, nothing substantive. It was just misspelling and some commas and some other sort of minor items, but nothing to do with any structure of the document itself.
So can we proceed forward, or those changes need to be addressed? I'll point that direction at council.
I think we can proceed forward. If everybody's in agreement that those changes were just facial.
I would agree that if they're not changing the content, it's just grammar and spelling, that we would be able to move forward.
Agreed. Okay. With that, we will be making a recommendation for favorable or unfavorable to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, after almost over a year of working on this document and a lot of time and effort put in, which I'm sure that the board's done a great job, and with that, I'll make a motion to send a favourable recommendation to the Mayor and Aldermen.
Good. We have a motion to send a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 11. We're very happy about that. We've been working on that very hard and for a long time. So, item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, the bond list is up to date. Everyone should have a copy in front of them. Chelsea Estates Phase 2 and Carruthers Crossing Phase 1 both expire in January. Both of them are going to extend a letter of credit. They both already agreed to do that, so they're in the process of working on that. And that should be it.
Very good, thank you, sir. And I believe Mr. Logan has an announcement. for some
Yes,
training
I
dates.
just, thanks. I meant to do this, but the elections tonight sort of got in the way. So the training, some of the new members may not know, but the state of Tennessee requires all planning commissions and BOZs to have at least 4 hours of training per year. And so historically, LaVergne has always done that in the wintertime, almost always in February. So we looked at some dates. We don't ever put the Valentine's weekend or the weekend that falls closest to Valentine's in the mix. So we took it out, and basically that left February 25th. So I've checked with Evan's office, and it's pertinent that they be there. They conduct about half of the training, give or take. So February 25th is the date that suited all the parties. So I just want to make sure I got that announced tonight, and I'll be sending out emails. It generally starts at 8 in the morning and goes till 12. Lunch is provided. There are some light breakfast. Of course, there's always bottled water and drinks. But it's 8 a.m. to noon, and it's more details to follow. But since we have some newcomers, it's always up the road in the Stormwater and Codes building. So it's not here at City Hall, but we'll get the details on the directions.
Very good,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time and service, and please have a wonderful new year. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day, and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5, well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have those opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony, and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
We have hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you gotta hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 PM to 8 PM. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the
Yeah.
public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're gonna get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year.
I know
We
it
are
was a-
pushing it out there, though, that, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate
Is that every day?
every day. Yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And, I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids
Yes.
or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. And my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were
Little
those
Mermaid.
people?
And it was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So,
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
Is that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past? $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been. I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. It's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
Yeah.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should kind of
Absolutely.
continue.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
bring the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ come in, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
like
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No matter.
No age limit? Nope. So 13-year-old would be fine.
No, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments,
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if, I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again, wow.
Gotta start early.
You say, wow,
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's,
Well, if we go ahead and start, do a thing to change the name, like have a, a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it, and we were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like
That's
Laverne
it.
City Festival. I think that, and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within 3 months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, the 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult.
Well, and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that, just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the old timers, we had one in old timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands in the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not gonna participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
it
end of August. I apologize. It was, I was getting it in.
A couple of
Halloween.
weeks before.
Yeah, it was, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to, you can't be trying
Just
to,
the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, and even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so,
definitely-
we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the
I,
craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't
Okay.
get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're gonna get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions. Because that's just the way it is. You're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
So,
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah. keep
And then
it."
they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names
I know all
for
about
the festival and then let people choose, but I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're, changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just, like, if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know, we're throwing a lot of money at music acts and we're not getting a return on the investment. If we don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you gotta get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how to
so
fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned,
Yeah.
and the
We're
wind's
working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough, that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public
Yeah,
too.
but we're doing other things that other kids, we want.
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
Well-
may, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to the
Right.
program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's gonna leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets that seat's gonna have to step it on up.
Like is is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
calling this meeting to order of the library board meeting, and we have a quorum. And can I get anyone to approve the minutes from September the 2nd to 2022 meeting?
I'll approve.
And a second?
A second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And our order of business is to welcome our newest member, Miss Carissa Bitton. We also have outgoing members, Megan Honeycutt, our chairman, myself, vice chairman, and Gary Sutton to my left.
At this time, if I may.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say, Carissa, we are so happy to have you with us. It's exciting to have a media specialist on our board, and I know that you're going to bring some good things with you, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And second, appreciation to our outgoing members. As many of you know, there are term limits because of the state library. We have term members that you have to go by. So after so many years, you have to go off, stay off a term, and then you can apply to come back on. Well, we have two here with us tonight that I would like to recognize. So Ms. Bridget Cole, would you please stand? And Bridget, we have just a small certificate of appreciation to you. It's awarded to Bridget Cole in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library Board. This is respectfully presented to you today by myself, Donna M. Bebout. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's been 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So Ms. Cole has been on the board 6 years.
I think.
Awesome.
All right. Gary, would you please stand? Gary, like Bridget, is an awesome patron of the LaVergne Public Library. He has served how many years, Gary?
8, maybe? I don't know.
He was on here before me.
Yeah.
Okay, and we appreciate it very much. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Gary Frazier in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library, and it's presented this day to you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all all have to serve 8 years too.
So let's give them a round of applause because we do appreciate all that they have done. Bridget has been a force to be reckoned with to push our children to read. Every board meeting, she has encouraged the parents to read with those children or have the children read to them at least 20 minutes a night. And that is wonderful. And she also has pushed to check out books at the LaVergne Public Library. So it's appreciated all that you all have done. And we do hope that you would consider in the future to applying back with us.
Yes. Our November special events, did you participate at the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night?
Yes, we did.
And you want to tell us about those other events as well?
Sure. Well, the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night, this was their first one that they want to have annual. They did a magnificent job. We were sitting across from the Smyrna Public Library, and one of the teachers said, "Uh-oh, rivals." And I said, "No, we are partners. We are partners in pushing those children to read and encouraging getting a library card." So we had a good time going back and forth. They had a lot of families there. They had a lot of great different stations for them to go there. And their Impact Club did a great job of helping people, show them where to go, handing out certificates, taking up some of their clipboard, what was it? Where they had to color where they got a prize. Okay. And they had a great time. So it was a good night. The second one that we have on this list is the LaVergne City Employee Veterans were honored by the city at the LaVergne Public Library. And we really appreciate the city using our meeting rooms. It has been an honor to help them honor our veterans and to have the different meetings that are held there. I believe they have I'm going to be wrong if I say it, I want to say 80 veterans employed, but it's probably a little bit more. So that was a good day.
Yeah.
VITA, and that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, had their open house for 2023 VITA volunteers at the library on November the 10th. I think they had several new volunteers come in, and Debbie Curtis told them what to expect for the coming year, and they were very excited. And that's one thing sometimes VITA lacks, is having enough volunteers to manage the number of families that do come in for tax assistance. So I thought Debbie did a great job preparing this open house.
Will you tell us about November closures?
Sure. We were closed Veterans Day, Friday, November the 11th. This is a new holiday for the city employees, and it was very much appreciated. My husband, who is a Navy veteran, we were able to attend our grandson's Veterans Day service at St. Rose School, and then we were able to leave there and hurry down, and we were here at LaVergne. So we had two great ceremonies we were able to attend. The Thanksgiving holidays, we will be closed Thursday, November 24th through Saturday, November 26th. And of course, we are closed on Sunday, and then we'll start back with regular hours the following Monday.
December special events, the favorite time of the year.
Absolutely. So the first one we want to talk about is the Winter Festival and the Parade of Lights. And if you will see your attached folder, Kathy did a great job giving us a wonderful paragraph of what it entails. The Winter Festival is December the 3rd from 3 to 8. It will be at Veterans Memorial Park. The Parade of Lights, and I have heard that Santa and Mrs. will be there this year and will be riding the fire truck. So the Parade of Lights will start at 5 o'clock here at City Hall and then go the parade route to Veterans Memorial Park. Before the parade, Santa and Mrs. will be at the Veterans Park taking pictures for about an hour, and then they will be there afterwards for photos. So please pass the word around. This is a great, great time. Okay. Also, story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit with Santa Claus is going to happen, wow, at the library. It looks like the person who made this agenda did not put the library down where it was going to be. So, at the library on, and I didn't even put the date, Mercy. Hold tight. This is why I bring my life with me. Aha. Saturday, December 17th will be story time with Mrs. Claus, beginning at 1, and I almost said 1 a.m., but it's 1 p.m., and then Santa will arrive at 1:30 in the gallery to have photos made. The story time, the last time Mrs. Claus tried to do a story time, the electricity went out. So we are sure hoping that Mrs. Claus can get through this story time on December 17th with no problems at all.
And then if you'll tell us about our December closures for the library?
Yes. So in December, we will be closed for staff holidays, December 23rd through December 26th. And then we will be closed to the public for inventory December 27th through the 31st. And then we will be closed for staff holiday January the 2nd. And we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
And then our library board schedule for 2023 is January the 9th, 2023, March the 13th, 2023, May the 8th, 2023, July the 10th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and then November the 13th, 2023. Can't believe it. We're setting the schedule for next year.
I know. It sounds funny to read.
Our next library board meeting will be Monday, January the 9th, 2023, and I'll open it up for comments Ms. Benton, if you'd like to start us.
I am just so happy to be here and am happy to be of service to whatever the library would need. So, thank you for having me.
It's just, it's always awesome to hear everything that the library does and how it's a key to our community here and how wonderful it is that the kids can come to a place that's safe and it's wonderful. So I always love the library and the staff there. Y'all have been awesome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Linda.
I'm looking forward to festival this year. It was fun last year, and you and Don did a great job. Wonderful. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Claus did a wonderful job last year.
What we do is we help them, those big coats are so hard to get on.
Yes.
So Don and I are helpers to
Yes,
Santa and
you are
Mrs.
Santa's helpers, yes. And I hope this year is bigger and better than last year. I know it will be,
Absolutely.
weather permitting.
Well, 8 years, wow.
Yeah.
It's been quite an adventure. I've enjoyed every minute of it, really I have. And Donna, you guys do a fantastic job over there, and it was just, I hope I was able to contribute in some way.
Yes, you were.
I believe that, literacy is just of the utmost importance in just getting kids to read, and it's just so important, and this is such a vital facility for everyone here in this community. I wish more people would take advantage of it, but we're getting there.
Absolutely.
And we've seen a lot happen in 8 years. I mean, we had a little flood, we had roof repairs, and a plague, and all kinds of things. So we got through it, and it's all a credit to you and the members of this board, and you guys are in for an adventure of your own. So
Absolutely.
best going forward.
I just want to say that this library is essential to our community. It provides access to information and resources, supports literacy and education, promotes lifelong learning, and serves as just a community gathering place. So it's been an honor to serve on this board and spend 6 years doing this. For anybody who's watching this, we're going to leave some empty seats here, and we need you to apply to be on this board. It's every other month. It's about a 30-minute to an hour commitment. So if you love our library as much as we do, please apply. And again, read at least 20 minutes a night to those babies. And go see our librarians get new books. And with that, library board is adjourned.
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We got another great show lined up for you today. We are on location at the Cumberland River Aquatic Center, also known as CRAC. And
yeah.
Don, glad to have you back, co-host. It's been a few shows.
You bet, man. I'm so out of practice, but I appreciate the invite to come back. I've been out doing other stuff but anyway.
Well, you've been behind the scenes too.
That's right.
You were helping with some camera work and things going on with the shows.
East Tennessee, our trip over there. So yeah, it's been good. But like I said, it's good to be back. And hey, we do have a little change to talk about as far as radio stations go.
It's a new year. There's
going
to be some change. I think it's a good change.
Yeah, I believe so too. Right here in Nashville, WTN Talk Radio. We have been previously on at 11 o'clock on Sunday mornings.
Yeah.
Kind of driving home or driving to church time, you know. But we've shifted. We've been able to shift to a slot in Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock. So WTN here in Nashville, 10 o'clock Saturday mornings.
Yes.
Now. So anyway, just got that out of the way. And our other 23 radio stations, thank you so much for covering us week to week.
Yeah. I'm excited about that new slot. I mean, a lot of our hunters, our fishermen, our followers are out and about on Saturday mornings. It's a good time to tune in.
Yep.
Especially if you're in the Nashville area.
That's right.
So, yeah, that's great news, and I appreciate you sharing that with the folks. Good to have you back here helping me co-host. But today we're going to be talking with David Sims. He's aquatic biologist for the agency, been around a while. Ever since I've been working with the agency, we've worked together, and it's been great working with you, and I'm glad to have you here on the show. Is this the first time on Wildcast? I believe it may be. Yeah. So we waited too long, but we're glad you're on today. But he's an aquatic biologist for the agency, and he's had quite a few roles. So I just want to first off let you introduce yourself and get to know you, and then we're going to talk about what we see behind us.
Okay. Well, see, I started back in what was it, back in 1986 as the Sumner County Wildlife Officer.
Okay.
Did that until 97, and then took the Region 2 Aquatic Habitat Protection Biologist position, and I held that until, I guess, about 4 years ago.
Okay.
And then just stepped up to another biologist position from that.
Uh-huh.
So still doing the same thing, though, pretty much.
Yeah.
Started out in law enforcement. So
Yep. Well, I did law enforcement here until I just had to give up my commission when it turned a certain age. So I don't do that anymore. But I enjoyed doing all that. It helped with the job.
Yeah.
Well, with many of our employees and folks who work for us, they have a passion for hunting and fishing. Is that how you got introduced to the job, or is that what you wanted to do all your life?
Yeah, pretty much. When I went through school, that was the one I knew I couldn't do being a vet. Everybody was like, I went to school with everybody. When we got into wildlife and fisheries, it's like everybody, yeah, we were going to be vets. And it's like, no, we couldn't be vets. So it was a pretty tough school. So a lot of us turned out just being wildlife officers. Several of us got on. It's like a whole family of us that went to UT that did. And then, of course, the other universities that are here. So it's been like a big family for my whole career. It's really nice.
And the good thing is, and you know, we have to kind of keep reminding folks, but in order to work in wildlife as a wildlife officer, you have to have a degree in forestry, fisheries, or wildlife, or something related
biological
to
background.
that.
Yeah.
And so you already had the platform, didn't you? I mean, you've been out doing the protection and that kind of thing. So it was a fairly easy, or a good transition for you.
Yeah, it was different at first because I come from East Tennessee. And coming down here, there was deer here.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was, keep thinking how far back it was.
Yeah.
I think the first year or two that I worked here, the deer kill in Sumner County was under 300. It's like 219 or something less than 300.
Yeah.
And then I think I just saw last week it's 2,400 now. It's fourth in the state. And I'm like, wow, we did pretty good job back in the day.
Yeah. Sumner County has produced some big bucks.
Yeah, we've had some big ones too.
If
Had
you
the world
remember,
record.
the world non-typical came out of Middle Tennessee, Sumner County. I think it's been beat now, I think, but anyway, that was cool, and it's just awesome to see the deer. I mean, I saw two nice bucks this morning. One right here on this property,
right,
and then one just coming in. So it's pretty cool to see. You see deer a lot more now.
That's a good place to work out here.
Yeah,
you see deer every day here.
Yeah. Well, the reason we're here today is to cover the Cumberland River Aquatic Center, and kind of how it's evolved. We got more shows to come on what's happening behind us, but I kind of wanted to talk to David. He was instrumental in the first aquatic center
early on
in the first location on this property. But it's a story. I'll let David start it, but just kind of start us out. Where did it start, and how these projects get started?
Well, it all got started. Back, I'm trying to think, around 2005 or 6, somewhere in there. I was going to the state freshwater mollusk meeting, freshwater mussel meeting, and we have it every year in December. And the biologists were just, a lot of the state agencies were and universities were just starting to propagate mussels, and everybody were doing it really good, but they could get the mussels to propagate and drop off the little juvenile mussels, but then they'd only go so long, and then they'd die. They weren't having real good success, and then the person that's running our facility now, just so happens back then, she gave a paper talking about how they set up a facility on a creek that had mussels in it, and they started doing the same process there, and they had like 85 to 90%
Wow.
success. So it was a huge leap, is what she figured out for everybody.
Wow.
And I'll never forget that meeting, because whenever I was at the meeting, I thought, well, I know where there's 10 raceways at that's not being used here at the Gallatin Steam Plant. And so I kept on trying to bring it up to the society every year or two there, and they just didn't believe me, I guess, at first. And so I went to my boss, Dave McKinney at the time, and I said, hey, what do you think about us trying to do this? And Dave was on board. He said, yeah. And so he said, go talk to the plant manager. So I come up and talked to the plant manager, and it took a year or two, but we finally ended up with a manager here that when I went to talk to him about if they'd be interested in letting us try to refurbish the old raceways, he was, to raise mussels, he was like, mussels? He goes, I used to toe dig when I was a kid, so he knew what freshwater mussels were.
Wow.
He's from the river down west. And so it turned out really good. He just said, here, have at it. And Dave McKinney come up with some money somehow or another, a little bit of money here and there. He always had some money somewhere. But we had money, but we didn't have projects. And we got started with it. And with the help from a lot of agency people. I mean, we had the crew from Cheatham Wildlife Management Area come out here. They helped build and clean. Of course, Don Hubbs and Freddie Couch, they come, and a lot of the officers. I know I'm going to forget people. And then the Old Hickory WMA people come. And it was a lot of work to get the old facility up, because it had been walked away from in the late 70s.
Wow.
And they just
I remember seeing it all grown over. And
it was bad. I mean, all there was really was just 10 concrete 50-foot raceways with a rusted metal roof on it and trees and everything else. And
you saw that, and you had the vision.
I thought,
you knew, hey, I know
it might work. So we might be able to get this to work.
Yeah.
And like I said, with a lot of help from people, we got 2 raceways plumbed. Once the manager here said, yeah, go ahead. And of course, they did a lot of work to help us too, because I mean, the water lines were all coming to the place, and they had to put a new header on it. And that's when I started learning about industrial size plumbing and stuff. It's expensive.
You become a plumber.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A little bit of plumbing in my background now, but I didn't know how expensive it was just for a 10-inch gate valve. It's a lot of money, more than I thought, but they paid for it because they were wanting us to try to succeed too.
Awesome.
So they did that for us, and then we did all the rest of the plumbing and everything, and got it going in 2 raceways. We went and got some mussels. I can't even remember where I got them from, somewhere close, and we just put them in the raceways over the winter, and they survived. So we're like, okay, that's a good thing. So let's give it a go.
Well, one of the key things about that you mentioned kind of early was the water quality and where the water was coming from. That's what made this spot so special, right?
Well, it's the availability of a flow through river water.
Okay.
That's where the animals are from. It's from the river here.
Yep.
The Cumberland River fauna or mussel species aren't just taking off by no means, but they're still here and they're hanging on. But it's not. I don't believe this is me. I don't believe it's a water quality issue. I just believe there's other physical things that's a problem. But and so just having that availability of water always flowing, because what it is, the water that we use is kind of through the fire suppression system, so it's always going to be running. And so we've having that water all the time, and they don't charge us anything for that. And the plant manager was talking about electricity. I never will forget. He looked at me and just kind of, I think we might have some of that around here. And I was like, I walked right into that one.
On the drive-in, looking at all those gigantic. Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, they had plenty, and we haven't had any problem with, having power here. But they got us wired back up to a box, and then we took it from there.
Yeah. And
it kind of just went from there. From the 2 raceways, we eventually got the 10 raceways up and running. And that was, a major help, not just only with TVA letting us start here, but the Corps of Engineers is one of these things that's just meant to be. Good Lord was watching over this one, because we're about to run out of our money and the Wolf Creek Dam project started for the Corps of Engineers. And one of their managers come to our agency asking, hey, do y'all have any projects with the Cumberland River? Because we've got this mitigation money we'd like to go ahead and put out there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
What timing?
It is meant to be because, we got like $235,000 over a couple of years there. And that's what really got us our feet under us as far as all the plumbing, all the electricity. And then, of course, TVA come back in at the old place, put a roof on it for us. We didn't, they just saw what we were doing and like, hey, we need to help them. And so TVA has just been, you couldn't ask for better partners.
That's good.
The Corps and them have really stepped up, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, of course, got involved too. And so it's been just going up from that.
Yeah, that's awesome. So in the old facility, there was a rebuild. You had a classroom eventually.
Had a little 25 by 12 classroom. It was kind of long, but it worked. And then we had a little lab or propagation room there, same size, and then a little office. And that was great because before that, we had a FEMA trailer that we got. That was back after Katrina. And
I remember that.
Feds, we drove down to Alabama and we got several trailers, but I got one for up here. And I really enjoyed that this time of year when it's rainy and wet and cold. I had a place even just to store stuff because we didn't even have an outbuilding at the time. But once we got the classroom and everything going, it was a pretty nice little facility. It's not a facility like this by no means, but we were able to do stuff and pretty proud of it. But then the TVA had their scrubber project come in, and we were in their footprint, and there weren't no place they could move us right here close, and so we had to shut it down, and we moved up to a little building that we rented we bought a little just an outbuilding, I guess a 10 by 20.
Yeah.
Up and put it on the old Hickory WMA up there.
Okay.
And we just put a pump down there at the dock and run water in. And we had 4 like live minute tanks that you'd see at a store.
Okay.
And we just run water in there. And the mussels that we had got going at the old facility before it shut down, we moved them up there. And we were able to keep them alive there for about 1.5 years, 2 years at least. And then things changed, and we ended up, TVA built this beautiful state-of-the-art facility for us.
It is nice.
And we actually got to move some of those mussels down here, the first
neat.
ones. But we were working with Tennessee Tech at the old facility, and that also proved that we could work with endangered species there. And we had, working with them, along with the stuff we were doing, we probably had at least 12 endangered species mussels that we were raising over there.
Wow.
And then we got into the lake sturgeon.
That's what I was going to say. There was more than just mussels happening over there. Y'all had other species. The sturgeon projects were cool, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the plan was we wanted it to be not just a mussel facility, anything aquatic and native to Tennessee, anything. So we've been able to do that. We had the lake sturgeon, we held Nashville crayfish over there for a while when we had to. Then we had alligator gar at one time. I loved working with them. Them are neat animals.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we've held saugers and stuff. We worked with our fisheries guys if we had room and they needed something to do or a place to hold some fish or something.
Yeah.
Because they've done a lot of work for us, too, helping us out. So we just try to help out when we could. But now we're kind of full, though. We don't have a lot of extra room for stuff anymore. But we still work with the lake sturgeon, though.
Yeah, let's talk about this facility. As you can see behind us, if you're watching this show, there's a lot going on here. It's so much different than the first facility.
Oh, yeah.
We're all indoors now, where you were outside a lot of the times in the others. And,
oh, yeah, it was just a roof over the right. You were out in the elements.
Yeah. Oh, well, and predators, too. Did you have predator problems?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, great blue herons.
Yeah.
Possums and raccoons. Yeah, I could stories about them. But, yeah.
So this is a big upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, tell us a little bit about what's going on behind us and what you see that's going on here. This is great.
Oh, this is just part of the story out here. This is where we hold adult mussels. We hold the brood stock. We're holding the host fish here.
Yeah.
Out here. The juveniles, once they get a certain size, those are kept when they're first drop off, they're in our propagation room.
Okay.
That's another room.
Yeah.
Because they have to be more controlled. But once they get a certain size, then we move them out here. We have more room for more juveniles in there.
With the square footage, a big change, and you got a classroom here as well and offices.
This part is the same size, except we were able to make it. They just asked, what do we want? And so I talked with some of our hatchery people, David Roddy.
Yeah.
And talked to whoever I could that had actually done some hatchery buildings and stuff. And we come across, well, we'll just make it open and have our drains in the floor. And then that way we can move stuff around instead of having concrete raceways that are built in. And plus you had to crawl over or get in the tanks before. Now we've got shelving units. We got things that we can do just way, way more manageable and to where you can change things, whenever you need to.
Yeah, that's great, because I remember when we first visited 2015, right? 2014, 15, something like that, when this place just finished, it was just built. There was a couple of round circular raceways or hubs. Yeah. And it was nothing like this. I mean, the piping, the plumbing and everything, the electrical that's been put in and the progress that's been made, it's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the classroom here. We do have a bigger classroom. We have several. We give tours here. It's usually by word of mouth. The last couple of years, of course, with COVID, we couldn't do it, but we've already had probably two already this year, and that's a big part of what we've always wanted to do here is to let people try to educate them what we could, or at least make them aware, not educate, but make them aware of what's out on the rivers. Because I grew up in East Tennessee, and I fished before I went to high school. When I come back home, when I went to university, I'd fish in between classes there at UT.
Yeah.
And so that's all I did, and I didn't know a thing. I mean, I remember picking up one mussel when I was the only one I ever saw was up there on the Holston River one time. Of course, I killed it thinking I could find a pearl. I know. So I'm trying to pay back that.
We live and we learn, don't we?
Yes. Yeah. That was the one. It's kind of like a BB gun. That's another story. I'm still paying for that one, but at least mussels, I think I'm catching up on that end of it. But it's just the people, the fishermen and stuff that I've run into out and about, just the general public even. Once you have a few minutes to explain them or show them these freshwater mussels, they just like, oh, you're kidding me. So, I mean, that's always been a goal, is to try to make people more aware of them, because it's just like anything else, out of sight, out of mind, you know, but if they can see them and we can show them and give a good presentation of their life cycle and how things are, they're just amazed.
Yeah.
We're still learning things about them. So it's pretty, it's neat to be at the forefront of something that's just now starting and stuff. So makes your job fun.
And a lot of these species are endangered, and trying to bring them back, and we're seeing success there. And we're going to talk more with Dan on some of this in future shows. But it's amazing to see the work y'all are doing here, and it's paying off. Yeah,
is to delist them, downlist them, and get them off the list. That's the whole thing.
That's the success story.
Yeah, that's it. And that helps everybody, and then that cuts out red tape or issues that you have environmentally. If they're not on that list. So that is probably one of the main thrust that we try to do here, is to do that.
Yeah. And I think a lot of those folks, like you said, you run into on the water fishing or people out hunting, you tell them those stories, they understand, and then they're like, oh yeah, I can help with this, or I can do my part here or there, and be more cautious, or whatever it may be.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then like I said, the schools, once they come out here, they come every year. Once they go through the program we give, they want to come back.
That's good.
So and so hopefully we'll keep gaining on that too. Of course, it's hard when you're just up and going, and it takes a lot of work, and the people here are doing an awful lot. So we don't want to get in their way, but we'll schedule it for people if they want to try to do one. We'll try to figure out a way to get them in here.
Yeah. And you're touching those kids, and touching them before they might get out there and destroy something or mess something up or do something they shouldn't. It's great. Yeah.
Plus, they pass it on real good too.
Pass it on. Yeah.
They go home and tell their mom and dad about it, and then we'll get a call from them. They want to know, hey man, is this real? Yeah, it's real.
That's neat.
It's amazing.
That's neat.
Well, I wanted to touch on the partnerships. You mentioned partnerships early on, but some of the same partners were instrumental in this build, right?
Yeah, TVA. built this facility, we still had some of the core money left over as far as bringing in the tanks and things.
Yeah.
Fish and Wildlife Services has granted us some money and stuff. I'm sure there's probably some other partners that I'm missing.
Well, and just the support from leadership too to make this happen. You
Yeah.
know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just been one of those. It just was a good idea, and everybody was like, "Oh wow, let's do it." It was like bringing lake sturgeon back to the Cumberland River. Our chief of fisheries at the time, I was talking to him about this facility or something other, and I said, "Oh, by the way," I said, "I'd like to get lake sturgeon back into the Cumberland River." He just looked at me like, why hadn't we done that? I mean, we've been putting them in the Tennessee for 14, 15 years. And so he was like, well, let's see about doing that. So 6 months later, we've been letting them go. And the ones in the Cumberland River are doing great. I mean, we've got them over 100 pounds already.
Yeah.
I mean, we got some monsters out there. And that was sort of my whole goal. I would love to get them back here and let lake sturgeon be a sport fisheries. You know, and actually I think there was some stuff going on below Center Hill this last year where the guides were actually taking people to fish for them.
Yeah. Although you're not supposed to keep them, right?
Or you're not supposed to fish for them either.
Yeah, right.
But that, I think all that's been worked out and all, but hopefully everybody will not be trying to catch them because they're just such a neat animal. They got to be 14, 15 years old before they even reproduce.
Right, yeah.
And so we're just now getting to that age where they're there, and then they got to find and that might have been what those ones were doing, was starting to go up there. Of course, they weren't big adults that were up there, but I'm sure they're starting. So, that'll be a great day when we start getting reproduction in the Cumberland River.
Yeah.
So I think it'll happen. Hopefully I'll be around. I don't know.
Get to experience
Or
it.
try to be.
Well, in the last few minutes that we've got here, you've helped this facility become what it is and been a big major part of that. But now the work begins. You're out helping the teams as they're out diving or whatever, collecting. And
there's a whole bunch of people that do all the diving and stuff. I'm just one of the lucky ones who gets to have the boat. And we just, the agency purchased this boat, I guess, 2 years ago. And it's you couldn't ask for a better dive platform.
Oh, man, that's great.
Because we went from an old fisheries used plate bottom boat where you had to run, this time of year, you're doing surveys, you go run 5 miles down lake, dive for a couple hours, and then get back in it, and then run back in that cold. It's not very fun. I mean, I love to dive, but I really didn't like those drives to and back. And so, and we stepped up from that. We got a cuddy cabin, which was a hand-me-down from our boating folks. It worked great, and that's where we got the ideas on how to design this new one that we got. And the new one, though, is just it's just a pleasure to work out of it because it's so much safer.
That's good.
This new boat is so much safer than the older ones as far as being able to control different situations. So hopefully, we'll get the time sometime later. We'll be able to show you all our goodies.
Yeah, you got cameras and things that you can get footage of these critters down below, and it's the technology's coming along, and to have that ability to get down there and see.
It's simple to use for people like me. Now to the video edit and all that, I have to go to you guys.
I'll send that to Todd.
There we go. We'll give him something to do. I'd love to do some more work on that with y'all. I love it.
Yeah. Well, it's neat to hear about the projects and the things that are going on, and we want to highlight those as much as we can and try to get out there and and share that with everybody. It's more than just hunting and fishing.
Oh yeah.
There's all kinds
because
of stuff.
what we work with, it does help the fish.
Yeah.
And of course, you got to have fish to be able to raise the mussels. If the fish aren't there, it don't matter how good the water quality is or how many mussels you got.
Right.
They can't reproduce.
Right.
So it's part of that circle you got to have. So
we're going to learn a lot more about that in the next 2 episodes, I believe.
Probably.
Yeah.
I know I learned a lot. I probably learned some more too if I listened.
Yeah. Well, Dan, or Dave, David, I appreciate you, being on the show and doing this with us. And just as we wrap up here, anything else you want to share with the folks that are listening?
Oh, shoot. Just hopefully if you get a chance to give us a call, give me a call or give y'all a call, and y'all can get them to me, and we'll get them out here if they want to have a tour
that'd be
or
great.
a class or something like that. We'd like to keep it under around 20
And it's kind of off the beaten path too. 'Cause
Well, you
it's
can't-
not-
yeah.
Public isn't invited
No,
out here.
no, this is behind the gate. You got to have a key to get in here.
Right.
Which is good on some things, but not on other. But TVA's all, like I said, behind this project 100% and been just unbelievable.
That's
I
great.
can't thank the Corps, Fish and Wildlife Service, TVA, and all the universities and all the people with our agency that's helped make this come about. It's just been unreal.
That's good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And thanks for having the vision to get this thing all started. Dave.
It just something happened. I got lucky. It's one of those days.
That's what it takes. It takes somebody with that vision to make the suggestion or find the location or whatever it may be, and then pull the people together to make it happen. So,
Yep.
Good work. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Remember, tmwildlife.org for all things Tennessee wildlife. And I guess we'll see you next time. Thanks, Don.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Bye.